Marcus, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Blue Crabs taking on the High Point Rockers in Game 2 of this series. Testing 1 2 3. Pre-game show will begin at 6:20 p.m. Welcome to High Point, North Carolina, where the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs will take on the High Point Rockers in Game 2 of this 3-game series. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have dropped back-to-back games and are in dire need of a win if they look to have the best half in Atlantic League history. If the Blue Crabs sweep the final 3 games of this first half, they would finish with a 48-18 record, good for a .727 winning percentage, which would be the best winning percentage in Atlantic League history. But now their backs are up the wall against the wall a little bit, as they need to go 3-0. If they finish 2-1, their winning percentage would be just shy of the Atlantic League record. Well, let's bring you through some of the numbers for tonight's game as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are taking on the High Point Rockers from Truist Point Ballpark here in High Point. And let's start with the High Point Rockers, who are 38-25. They're winning games, and it just so happens they're winning games at the wrong time. The Gastonia Honey Hunters clinched the South Division just at the end of last week after they played the Blue Crabs on Sunday. So for the last 5 days or so, the High Point Rockers have been eliminated. But that hasn't stopped them from winning. In fact, they've won 4 games since they've been eliminated, 4 in a row, and it's 8 consecutive games since the start of this streak. But unfortunately, this is not going to contribute to them toward a playoff run. That's unless they get the wild card. But let's not get too far into the weeds on that, as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are going to take on Jonah Scalaro, who is the starting pitcher for the High Point Rockers tonight. Scalaro just graduated from Florida State University. Posted some incredibly impressive records at Florida State, and he is draft eligible. One of the very few players in the Atlantic League who is draft eligible and makes this decision. A lot of players, after the conclusion of their college season, will just wait until the draft, maybe do some work on velocity and make sure that their arm is healthy. Scalaro's decided that he's going to go out there and try to prove something to scouts who saw him in college. He actually just graduated from Florida State, and he's 23 years old. In 2022, he was a closer, actually made 26 of his 28 saves. Or he had 28 saves, which was a team high, and made most of his appearances in relief. But he gets the start tonight, and he took on Long Island twice. And last time out, struggled a little bit against Lexington. 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. His first performance at the professional level was quite good. That was back on July 15th, when he went 5 innings and allowed just 2 hits and no runs Sunday. So for the last 5. So let's run through the Blue Crabs starting lineup. It's Jack Sundberg who will get things going for the Blue Crabs. He'll be followed by Michael Wolanski. Jared Walker bats third. David Harris is the cleanup hitter. Alex Crosby bats fifth. Joe DeLuca in the 6th spot. He's at first base tonight. Braxton Lee bats 7th. He's in right field. The 8 hitter is Ryan Haug. And closing out the lineup, it's Michael Baca. Around the diamond for the High Point Rockers, Xander Wheel is in left. Johnny Field in center. Ben Alinsky is in right. From third to first across the diamond, it is Michael Martinez at third. Giovanni Alfonso, he's at shortstop. Tyler Ladendorf at second base. Logan Morrison is at first. And Mike Galino is behind the plate doing the catching for Jonah Scalaro. Scalaro, the lefty, against Sundberg, the lefty. The Rockers look to make this winning streak 9 in a row. The Blue Crabs look to start a 3-game winning streak of their own to finish out the first half and put together the best first half record in Atlantic League history. Here comes Jack Sundberg. First pitch, a little bit low in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty. We're glad you decided to join us today. We apologize for the technical difficulties we've had over the last couple of days, including yesterday when we were unable to get our broadcast live. We'd like to have High Point's feed soon, as the 1-0 pitch is a little bit low and outside in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. We'd like to be able to get High Point's feed at some point, but for right now, we're working with our own feed as we continue to work through some technical difficulties. 2-0 pitch, called strike. That clips the outside corner. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, 45-18 on the season. The 2-1 pitch fouled back to the netting in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the top of the first inning, Sundberg, Wolanski, and Walker will come to the plate. Jack Sundberg does not have a home run this year. He's hitting, as the pitch comes just a little bit inside on Summer, the 2-2 that is, count 3-2. Jack Sundberg hitting .223. In the month of June, he hit .247. Blue Crabs had 9 hits in the first game of July yesterday. 3-2 delivery. Called strike 3. Jack Sundberg punched out by home plate umpire Mike Williams, and there's 1 away in the top of the first inning. Let's give you your umpires for today's game. Mike Williams behind the plate, Nick Sempert at first, and Calvin Baker is at third base. Well, Nick Sempert, or I beg your pardon, Mike Williams actually was umpiring the last Blue Crabs series in Southern Maryland when the Blue Crabs took on the Revs for 3. First pitch inside on the righty, Michael Wolanski, in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. The velocity for Scalaro in the upper 80s tonight. 1-0 pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the first inning in a scoreless ball game. From Truist Point Park. Truist, a major sponsor in the area. We'll get to that in a moment. The pitch to Wolanski. Ground ball over toward first base. Fielded by Logan Morrison. The flip to the pitcher, Jonas Galaro, is in time. A 3-1 put out. That's how it's written up. High Point completing the fundamentals for the second out as Michael Wolanski goes down on a ground out to first. 2 up and 2 down for Jonas Galaro. And here comes Jared Walker. Walker in the top 5 in home runs across the Atlantic League. We'll give you those numbers in just one moment. As Scalaro set, first pitch, a wave and a foul ball back to the netting in the count, no balls and 1 strike. Our view is limited today. We're all the way out in the right field corner here. We try to take a look down that line. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs on Walker. The lefty-lefty matchup. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss yet again, count 0-2. Kelly Dugan, Courtney Hawkins, and Carlos Franco at the top of the home run list. They each have 22. Walker with 13. He's in 4th place, but a distance 4th at that, as 9 home runs back from those leaders. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, a breaking ball low and away. Jonas Galaro goes 1-2-3 in the top of the first. When we come back, it's the High Point Rockers coming to bat. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs!
Welcome back inside the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. First pitch swinging from Johnny Field on the ground to shortstop. Baca fires across the diamond to first, and there is one away. One out in the bottom of the first inning in a scoreless ball game. We're going to run you through the starting lineup for the High Point Rockers and the Blue Crabs defensive alignment. It's Johnny Field who just grounded out to shortstop to get things going. Ben Alinsky bats second. The first pitch to Alinsky is a called strike at the knees. And the count, no balls and one strike. Jerry Downs is the designated hitter tonight. He bats third. The 0-1 pitch, a pop-up in the air. It's the pitcher, Butler, back behind the mound, who makes the catch for the second out. Quickly 2 up and 2 down. It took just 3 pitches. But there are 2 away in the bottom of the first inning. Well, a ground out to short from Johnny Field. Ben Alinsky pops back to Eddie Butler. And here is Jerry Downs, the designated hitter. First pitch to the lefty. Called strike, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Oh, 1 pitch upcoming. Swinging a high pop-up in the infield. It's the third baseman, Crosby, who takes a couple steps in and makes the catch for the final out. Well, we'll give you the lineup for the Rockers and the Blue Crabs defensive alignment in the bottom of the second. An awfully quick 6-pitch, 1-2-3 inning for Eddie Butler. We're finished with 1 inning of play. This ball game is scoreless. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andres Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting. Mommy. Go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the Switch. I like the scribble. Daddy. I like to build Legos at home. I have the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home. Whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrabs.com.
Well, we are back in the top of the second inning. An awfully quick first inning, a 1-2-3 inning for Jonas Galaro, and then a 1-2-3 inning from Eddie Butler. Well, it brings up the 5-hitter, David Harris, or the 4-hitter, I should say, David Harris for the Blue Crabs. 4, 5, and 6 due up in the inning. First pitch, Harris shows bunt. He pulls back, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. I can't imagine that Harris was actually intending to bunt. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Harris does not run all that well and getting over a slight injury he's had recently. The 1-0 pitch, a called strike on the inner half, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. He's back to full strength, but even still, he's not playing out in the field. He's a designated hitter every day. I'd be very surprised if he actually lays one down. 1-1 pitch. He takes it low in the dirt. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. And Harris has been the most consistent hitter for the Blue Crabs all year long. Batting average of .342. It stood the test of time as well. 2-1 pitch, foul back behind home plate over the netting, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harris hitting .342. A .975 OPS with 8 home runs. Pitch from Scolaro. Big wave and a miss. Strike 3. It's his 3rd strikeout across just an inning and a third. 4 up, 4 down with a trio of Ks for Scolaro, the Florida State grad, who's been dominant into the second inning tonight. Well, there is 1 away in the second inning. That brings up Alex Crosby. Crosby, a very consistent contact hitter. Batting .304, was 1 for 4 in last night's ball game. And the first pitch is away and low for ball 1. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty Crosby. The 1-0 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball straight away center field. It's shallow. Johnny Field moves in a few steps and makes the catch. And there are 2 away. 2 up and 2 down to get things started in the top of the second for Jonas Galaro. And meanwhile, Eddie Butler was dominant in the first inning for the Blue Crabs. With 2 away in the top of the second inning. Brings up Joe DeLuca, one of 2 players in the Blue Crabs lineup who had multiple hits yesterday. DeLuca, a .293 hitter on the season. Last year he hit .304 in the Atlantic League. First pitch on to the right-handed hitting Joe DeLuca is a called strike. DeLuca, a switch hitter. This year, his numbers from the right side of the plate are significantly better from those from the left side. Scolaro, the 0-1. Swing and a high pop-up behind home plate. It's Galini, the catcher, who's back into foul territory, but he can't make the catch. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes as it sailed out of play. Again, our angle from the right field side is a tough one. Count, no balls and 2 strikes on DeLuca. Takes a couple of practice swings. Bat back on his shoulder. Scolaro, the 0-2 pitch. That's low in the dirt. Bounces between the legs of the catcher Galini. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs in their red jerseys today. Blue Crabs have used those for Military Appreciation Night at home in the past, but it's actually Military Appreciation Night on the road today. We'll get into that if this inning continues. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. The 4th strikeout across just 2 innings for Jonas Galaro. 6 up and 6 down for the recent college grad. And we are finished with an inning and a half. There's no score from High Point, North Carolina.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
We go to the bottom of the second inning. Xander Wheel gets things started for the High Point Rockers. First pitch to Wheel. It's a little bit low and outside. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes on the right-handed hitter. Eddie Butler retired. The Rockers in order back in the bottom of the second. The pitch, swinging a foul ball to the left field side. It was well struck over toward the Children's Museum area. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike now on the right-handed hitter. We're going to run you through the lineup now for the Rockers here in the top of the second. 1-1 pitch. Very close. It missed just a little bit low. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, it's Xander Wheel who's the cleanup hitter. Logan Morrison on deck. 6-hitter Michael Martinez. The pitch, swinging a high fly ball, deep right center field. Back to the warning track at the wall. This ball sails out of here. Just to the left of the High Point Rockers video board. In right field, it's a solo shot as Xander Wheel goes opposite field to give the High Point Rockers a 1-0 lead. Wheel blasted that ball the other way off of Eddie Butler. After an 8-pitch, 1-2-3 inning in the first, Butler concedes a solo shot to lead things off in the second. Butler, first pitch, swinging a high pop-up. That's foul behind home plate. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. We apologize for the camera angle today and other people that may end up in our camera shot. It's unfortunately just the best we can do. Been working on trying to correct this situation throughout this road trip, but we've really had trouble getting their connection set. The pitch to the 5-hitter, Morrison, is a little bit low, and the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. I apologize for the shadows and all of those issues that have come with this current camera setup. As I'm working out here from the right field corner, the pitch, swinging a high fly ball, deep left center field. It sends Walker back to the warning track at the wall. It is gone. A solo shot over the railing in left center field. Back-to-back home runs for the High Point Rockers, and it's a 2-0 lead for the Rockers. A solo shot opposite field from Xander Wheel, and now a solo shot opposite field to the right center field side from Logan Morrison. Back-to-back home runs, and it's very quickly a 2-0 lead. Now things going from bad to worse here in the second inning As Morrison hits his 8th home run of the season for Xander Wheel. It's number 17. First pitch swinging now. This one in the air towards center field. It's going to bounce in front of Sundberg in a base hit. So 3 consecutive hits now for the High Point Rockers in the second. It's a 2-0 lead for High Point. And they have 3 consecutive hits. 4, 5, and 6 in the lineup doing damage in the second inning. It's not as though Eddie Butler has thrown many pitches. The first pitch to Tyler Ladendorf will be just his 15th. Here's the offering. It's called strike at the belt, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Back to that last point on the lineup and the defensive alignment. We're going to get there after this pitch to Ladendorf. Pitch, that one's fouled back. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. So just to go back through their lineup once more. Johnny Field bats first, Alinsky bats second, Jerry Downs bats third. The cleanup hitter, Xander Wheel, he went deep for a home run to right field. Logan Morrison went deep to right center. Michael Martinez then singled. Tyler Ladendorf at the plate. Mike Galino is batting 8th, and the 9-hitter is Giovanni Alfonso. The pitch, that one runs up and in. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes now on the righty. Blue Crabs defensive alignment. It's Jared Walker in left, Jack Sundberg in center, Braxton Lee in right. Alex Crosby at third base, Michael Baca at shortstop, Michael Wolanski at second, Joe DeLuca at first, and Ryan Haug is doing the catching. 1-2 pitch, a little bit upstairs, and the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still nobody out in the bottom of the second inning. A quick 2-0 lead for the High Point Rockers on back-to-back home runs. Pitch from Butler, swinging a foul ball back to the netting. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. Let's give you some more info on the Blue Crabs starting pitcher. It's Eddie Butler this evening. Butler played across 5 seasons in Major League Baseball, had his best year in 2017 with the Cubs when he had a 3.95 ERA. Butler tosses over to check on the runner at first. That's Michael Martinez who dives in safely. Well, Eddie Butler, in that 2017 season, joined the Cubs 1 year after they won the World Series. Well, the runner on first base, Martinez, started then stopped. He would have been out at first base had Butler turned to look in time. Two-two pitch, just a little bit inside, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. A good-looking pitch from Eddie Butler, but the count now full at 3-2. Blue Crabs have not used a significant part of their bullpen for a few days. Runner goes in the 3-2 pitch. Line drive, first base side foul. Well, the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. They'll do it again. Back to Eddie Butler, though. He had that great season in 2017. Was the number 5 starter for the Cubs that season. Last year played with the Kansas City Royals AAA affiliate. This year with the Blue Crabs, a 5.10 ERA. Last time out, 5 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs, 2 walks. 3-2 pitch. Runner goes yet again. High chopper to third base, fielded by Crosby. He fires across the diamond. It's in time to get Tyler Ladendorf at first base. But meanwhile, Michael Martinez advances to second base as he was off on the pitch. And that brings up Mike Galino. Galino hitting .302 on the season. 8 and 9 in this High Point order are 2 of the 4 hitters who hit over 300 on this team. Galino at .302. Alfonso, who bats 9th, is at .318. 1 away in the bottom of the second. First pitch, a little bit low and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes on the 8-hitter, Mike Galino. 1-0 pitch. Line drive, hard hit, right field. It bounces in front of Braxton Lee, who comes up throwing quickly to the cutoff man, Joe DeLuca, which holds the runner at third base. Michael Martinez from second to third. It's a base hit for Mike Galino. There's a runner on first base and runners on the corners now with 1 out. I'll just run you back through this inning. A solo home run from the righty Xander Wheel, opposite field. Then Michael Martinez, or I beg your pardon, then Logan Morrison went deep to left center. Michael Martinez singled. Tyler Ladendorf chopped one over to third. And then a single to Mike Galino to the right side. Two 2-0 Rockers. He apologized for the scoring issue as the 0-1 pitch now. A little bit away. The pitch, this one, high fly ball. First base side. It tails over the netting, actually, right into the stands in front of us. That first pitch was actually called a strike, so the count is no balls and 2 strikes. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on the corners. It's Martinez from third and Galino from first. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball back to the mound. Butler to second for 1. Back on to first, the double play. Eddie Butler allowed back-to-back home runs to get the second inning started. He worked himself into further trouble, but works out of it on a 1-6-3 double play to end the bottom of the second inning. Either way, the Rockers score 2 and lead this one 2-0. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
Back to you in the top of the third inning from Truist Point Park. In High Point, North Carolina, the Rockers have a 2-0 lead over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Back-to-back home runs to start the second from Xander Wheel, and Logan Morrison broke the scoring. First pitch, a big wave and a miss from Braxton Lee. In the count, no balls and 1 strike on a breaking ball, low and out of the zone. Count 0-1 on the lefty. Braxton Lee had 2 hits yesterday as the 0-1 pitch, a little bit, I beg your pardon, it's a called strike. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty in the top of the third. 1-2 delivery. Ground ball, weakly hit over towards shortstop, fielded by Alfonso. The throw to first is in time to get Braxton Lee by maybe a step. Nick Sempert, the first base umpire, makes the call, and there's one away. That brings up Ryan Haug. Haug's got a great arm behind home plate. His numbers have fallen more recently. The batting average was once up over 400 at the end of April. First pitch, a little bit away in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on Haug. But back to that last point, he was hitting nearly 400, actually over 400 briefly. His average down to 279. The 1-0 pitch, swinging a high fly ball toward right field. It's the right fielder, Olinsky, who takes 2 steps back and makes the catch for the second out. So 2 away now in the top of the third for the 9-hitter Michael Baca. Back to Jonas Scalaro, who's the starting pitcher for High Point. 8 up and 8 down for the lefty. Baca hitting just .217 on the year. He has 2 homers and 12 RBIs. Scalaro, the pitch. It's a called strike on the outside corner, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. The pitch. That one's a little bit low, and the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Or 1 ball, 1 strike. Beg your pardon for some of the count issues here. Our view down the right field line is making it difficult for us to see every pitch here as the 1-1 pitch is popped up foul. First base side, count 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Ryan Haug, or beg your pardon, Michael Baca tries to break up what's 8 perfect batters for Jonas Scalaro. And ahead in the count once more, 1-2. He's thrown just 32 pitches across the first 2 2/3. Here's the 1-2 offering. That's away in the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Michael Baca had a really good start to the month of June. Was hitting upwards of 300. But here is the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball rather deep toward right center, a sliding play, and it's the center fielder, Johnny Field, who comes up with it. Oh, what a terrific catch by Field to rob a base hit from Michael Baca on a line drive shallow in the outfield to end the top of the 3rd inning. Well, it's 9 up. It's 9 down for Jonas Scalaro. The first time through the order is a breeze for the lefty. The Blue Crabs try to shut down the High Point bats when we come back.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
Well, back in the first pitch here from Truist Point Park is a little bit low in the count. 1 ball and no strikes on Johnny Field from High Point, North Carolina. 2-0 Rockers. 1-0 delivery. That's upstairs in the count. 2 balls and no strikes from Eddie Butler. Johnny Field is the leadoff hitter for the Rockers. After a 1-2-3 first inning, Butler hit around pretty badly in the second as the 2-0 pitch is low and away. In the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Pair of home runs coming from the 4 and 5 hitters in the lineup, Xander Wheel and Logan Morrison. 3-0 pitch from Eddie Butler is a little bit away, and that's ball 4. 1 on and nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's the first walk that Eddie Butler has issued this evening. Eddie Butler is someone who throws pretty hard and for the most part pitches to contact. Walks haven't been a major issue this year at all. Across the course of the season, he's walked 14 batters in 68 innings. That's just his 15th. Well, here comes Ben Alinsky. First pitch, high pop-up in the infield. It's Alex Crosby who moves in from third base down that third base line and makes the catch. And there is 1 away. So after Field walks, it's Ben Alinsky who pops up to third. 1 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. High Point still with that 2-0 lead coming from the back-to-back homers in the 2nd inning. Well, after Jerry Downs, who steps in here from the left side, the first pitch, another high pop up to the third base side. This one's going to find the seats, though. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Well, after Jerry Downs comes to the plate, it will be Xander Wheel, followed by Logan Morrison, the 2 who went deep off of Butler. So we'll see if they can provide similar damage here in the 3rd. But for now, it's Johnny Field off of first base with 1 away. Butler, 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Here he straps the batting gloves, takes a deep breath, and steps back in from the left side. Butler set at the chest. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball foul to the netting back behind home plate. And the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Eddie Butler started the year pretty well. In his first 2 starts, he allowed a total of just 3 runs. Actually, in his first 4 starts, he allowed 2 runs or fewer. But since then, it's been a bit of a rocky road for the righty. 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball just off the outside corner of the count, 1-2. He's got good velocity. He throws 93 to 95 for the most part, although his velocity a little down today. With solid breaking ball action as well. 1-2 pitch. Popped up foul, third base side, out of play. And we've seen him go deep in games. Only once has he gone more than 100 pitches, though, but usually into the 90s. His last 4 starts have been 90 pitches or more. Butler, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Foul tip into the mitt of Ryan Haug, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. As you mentioned this earlier, but it's Military Appreciation Night here in High Point, a big military community in the surrounding area. The Blue Crabs also have Military Appreciation Night. It's a great cause to recognize those who have served for our country. Butler tosses over to first to check on Johnny Field. As a home run hitter from back in the 2nd inning, Xander Wheel digs in. Butler at back foot on the rubber. Interesting note about Truist Point Park after this pitch. Runner goes. First pitch is ground on the ground through the left side, deflects off of Crosby's glove and into the outfield. Meanwhile, nobody covering third, and Johnny Field advances to third base on a ball that was hit in the infield, knocked down by the diving glove of Crosby, but the Blue Crabs couldn't come up with it. And amidst the confusion, Field advances to third base. So a base hit for Xander Wheel as Johnny Field goes from first to third. It doesn't get much easier for Eddie Butler from here. Logan Morrison, who just hit his 8th home run of the season in his last at-bat, digs in. First pitch, swinging a high fly ball, shallow right field. It sends Braxton Lee in. As he tries to find the ball in the clouds, he makes the catch, shoulder height for the final out. Well, High Point threatens yet again. They leave 2 on base at the end of 3 innings of play. It's the Rockers 2 and the Blue Crabs nothing. Southern Maryland still looking for their first base runner when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We are back, in the first pitch now to Sundberg is swung on, hit high in the air, foul. First base side. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Top of the 4th inning, 2-0 High Point. As it's 1, 2, and 3 in the Blue Crabs order. 0-1 delivery, up and in, count 1 ball and 1 strike. Jack Sundberg thought he had ball 4 back in the first inning on a 3-2 pitch. But it turned out to be called strike 3 instead. It was the first of 4 strikeouts in this ball game. 1-1 pitch, that's inside, count 2-1. There's one number that Sundberg can really hang his hat on. It's the number of walks he has. And a strong on-base percentage, hitting just .223, but a .383 on base. As the 2-1 pitch is wildly upstairs, count 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike, nobody out in the top of the 4th inning. 2-0, the High Point Rockers lead the Blue Crabs. Jonas Galaro 9 up and 9 down to start this ball game. 3-1 pitch. fouled off first base side. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Back-to-back home runs. That's the difference in this ball game right now. That came back in the second inning. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Scolaro goes upstairs and strikes out Sundberg for the second time tonight. His 5th strikeout on the day. A perfect 10 up and 10 down through the first 3 1/3 innings for Jonas Scolaro. Pair of strikeouts to Sundberg, a strikeout to Walker, and a strikeout to Harris as well as DeLuca. That's how you get to 5 today. First pitch swinging to Michael Wolanski's popped up first base side, and it lands just a few rows in front of us here in the broadcast booth. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Blue Crabs in game 2 of a 3-game series. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Wolanski, swinging a high fly ball, right center field. It's the right fielder Olinsky who calls off the center fielder Johnny Field and makes the catch chest high for the second out. 11 in a row retired to start this ball game for Scolaro. This is a guy that has quite frankly struggled in each of his last 2 starts. And struggled pretty mightily at that. His ERA coming into this one north of 6. His last 2 starts combined, 8 innings, 9 runs, and 15 hits. Well, his first 3 2/3 today, it's 11 up and 11 down. First pitch now to Jared Walker. It's a little bit below the knees, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. The Blue Crabs can't win tonight's ball game. It would be their first 3-game losing streak of the season. Blue Crabs come into this one at 45 and 18. 1-0 delivery. Called strike on the inside corner, a borderline pitch at best, but Mike Williams gives Jonas Scolaro the strike sign, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Scolaro gets his sign from his catcher, Mike Galino. 1-1 pitch. A little below the knees, and the count 2 balls and a strike. Not much wind, blowing slightly from from right field to left field, but not enough to make any real impact in tonight's ball game. Mostly cloudy overhead. Tomorrow's game will also be at 6 p.m. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a fly ball foul to the left field side as it tails out of play towards the kids' park. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here in High Point, they've got a bouncy castle for the kids. Also a jungle gym with a bunch of slides over there. If you're a Blue Crabs fan in the area, bring the whole family out tomorrow night at 6 p.m. They've also got fireworks, July 3rd fireworks, which is the Rockers' biggest fireworks display of the year. The Blue Crabs will have their fireworks display on July 4th. The 2-2 pitch on Walker, breaking ball low in the dirt, count 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 4th inning, a 2-0 lead for the Rockers. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch. Swinging a line drive, hard hit, foul, first base side. Probably the best at bat a Blue Crab has had up until this point against Jonas Scolaro on the lefty-lefty matchup. The 3-2 pitch upcoming to Jared Walker. Here's the offering. Low and away, ball 4. It's the first Blue Crabs base runner of the day here in the 4th inning. As it's a walk to Jared Walker. And it brings up David Harris. Well, if you're the Blue Crabs, it's exactly what you're looking for. Finally get a base runner on. As they always say, you're down 2. All you need is a bloop and a blast, or maybe in this case, a walk and a blast. Still very early in this ball game, though, in the top of the 4th inning. Blue Crabs yet to get their first hit on Scalaro. First pitch swing, high fly ball toward the left side. If it's fair, it's gone. It's a foul ball. That ball was absolutely crushed out to the parking lot in left field, but foul. Well, the Blue Crabs got that walk and a blast. It just so happened the blast was in foul territory. And so the count is merely no balls and 1 strike on David Harris. Top of the 4th inning, 2-0 High Point. Couple of balls left the ballpark, one to right center, the other to left center. Opposite field home runs. 0-1 pitch is away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Jared Walker, virtually no lead off of first base. Blue Crabs trying to get on the board. Also pick up their first hit of the day. 1-1 delivery. Wave and a miss. It was a breaking ball low and out of the zone, below the knees, in the count 1-2 on the righty Harris. Harris didn't get off to a great start in the month of July, as he went 0 for 4 in yesterday's ball game. 0 for 1 tonight, but looks to turn the tables here. 1-2 pitch, that's away, count 2-2. Well, Scalaro's been really good thus far. 53 pitches, 32 strikes, including 5 strikeouts and no hits. Scalaro, 2-2 pitch. Swing a tapper, foul. Third base side. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs as well, as Walker is on first base. Harris takes a practice swing. The lefty, Scalaro, inbound. Swinging a high fly ball, center field. It's Johnny Field who now takes charge over at Ben Alinsky, who makes the catch toward right center field for the final out in the top of the 4th inning. Well, the Blue Crabs pick up their first base runner of the day. They're still looking for their first hit. We're finished with 3.5 innings of play. It's the High Point Rockers 2 and the Blue Crabs nothing on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Welcome back. The first pitch from Eddie Butler is inside on the 6-hitter, Michael Martinez. Count 1 ball and no strikes. 2-0 Rockers in the bottom of the 4th inning. One-0 delivery from Eddie Butler. Breaking ball, belt high, and the count no balls and 1 strike. 1-1 delivery now from Butler. Swinging a ground ball over towards shortstop. Fielded by Baca. An off-balance throw to first base. And it misses wide over toward Joe DeLuca. So the leadoff runner is on as Michael Martinez reaches. After a bad throw from Michael Baca, he had a tough play to make defensively. He threw off balance. And there's a runner on first base with nobody out. It's a tough break for Eddie Butler, who's now had base runners in 3 consecutive innings, allowed hits in 3 consecutive innings at that. The second inning really plagued him. Back-to-back homers to start. Michael Martinez then singled. Mike Galino singled. Put 2 on with 1 out, but got a double play ball to end that inning. Here in the third, 2 on, and nobody out. Butler first pitch. Line drive, third base side from Tyler Ladendorf, foul. That last play goes down as a hit. I think that's probably the right call. Count no balls and 1 strike on Ladendorf. Butler, the 0-1. Breaking ball, really nice pitch that clips the outside corner. And the count no balls and 2 strikes. We apologize for having some of High Point staff in our shot there. This is the only camera angle we're able to have tonight. 0-2 delivery up and away. Count 1-2. Well, Butler's gone 3 innings of work so far. He's thrown just 47 pitches. Has 1 strikeout to show for it. But still ahead in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Ladendorf. Here's the pitch. High pop up behind home plate. Ryan Howe giving chase in foul ground. And he makes the catch in front of the netting for the first out. Yeah, we're sorry about that angle. I just don't have any angle down the line. It was tough for me to see whether or not Ryan Howe was actually able to make that catch. It turns out he was. And so there is 1 away with a runner on first base. Butler tosses back to first base. Diving in safely, Michael Martinez. Galino digs back in. But again, Butler firing to first base. Mike Galino back in the first inning, single before Giovanni Alfonso grounded into a double play. A 1-6-3 double play at that. Pitch. Swinging a foul ball. Back toward the parking lot level behind home plate. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the righty. Clouds remain overhead here in North Carolina. As the pitch, swinging a foul tip off his left ankle. The count, no balls and 2 strikes. Nice day to be outside, at least in the earlier hours. Temperatures in the upper 80s. It's nice and sunny. Had a chance to do some of my broadcast preparation and some of our work I have to do for media relations for the Blue Crabs as well outside, which is a nice change. Count, no balls and 2 strikes. On the 8-hitter Galino, here's the offering. Breaking ball, ground ball towards short, on to second for 1, back on to first, not quite in time. First base umpire Nick Sempert says that Joe DeLuca was pulled off the bag by the throw. Either way, a terrific sliding stop from Baca and the flip to second for the out. 2 away in the bottom of the 4th inning. Giovanni Alfonso, who ended a rally in the 2nd inning, comes to the plate. He hits .318 on the season. Driven in 19 RBIs. First pitch, a little bit low and away for ball one, and the count 1 ball and no strikes on the righty. We'll have our trivia question for you in the top of the 5th inning. It is High Point related. 1-0 pitch. It's away. Large lead for Michael Martinez as he runs back to the bag as Ryan Haug fakes a throw down to first. Count 2 balls and no strikes on Giovanni Alfonso, who bats from the right side. 2 away, it's 2-0. Rockers lead. Pitch. Swing and a miss. A breaking ball low and out of the zone. But Alfonso chases in the count back to 2-1. For the Blue Crabs, no runs on no hits in the 4th inning. For High Point, 2 runs on 6 hits. 2-1 delivery. Low in the dirt, count 3 balls and 1 strike. Up until this point, Eddie Butler's done a good job limiting the damage, especially with runners on base. Alfonso a substantial lead at first base. He goes on the pitch. Here's the offering. Swinging a line drive, shallow right field, but it's Braxton Lee who comes in and makes a running catch, shoulder height. Well, that'll end the 4th inning. Butler allows a single to lead things off, but works around it. We're finished with 4 innings of play. The Rockers still have a 2-0 lead here in High Point.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Top of the 5th inning, Blue Crabs send 5, 6, and 7 to the plate as they trail 2-0. First pitch on the ground over towards second base. It's the first baseman, though, who takes charge, and he flips to the pitcher, Scalaro, covering the bag, but it's in time for the out. There is 1 away. A 3-1 put out. Logan Morrison made the play, and a strong flip to the pitcher, Jonas Scalaro, for the out. Brings up Joe DeLuca. He went down on strikes his first time out. Blue Crabs still searching for their first hit. Scalaro, 4 1/3 innings. No hits, 5 strikeouts, just 1 walk. As DeLuca hits from the right side. First pitch, low and in, count 1 ball and no strikes on the switch hitter. 1-0 delivery. That's low and away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Count 2-0 with 1 away in the top of the 5th. Scalaro retired the first 7 batters in this game before he conceded a walk. 2-0 delivery upstairs. Count 3 balls and no strikes. And now at a major risk of walking Joe DeLuca. I'm sure you can see this in your stream, or you saw it moments ago. We've got this, not exactly sure what he is, but he's in some sort of muscle man costume. 3-0 pitch is low for ball 4. Either way, he's having a great time at the ballpark today. Apologize if he's blocking any of our shot, but again, some of the things you work with when we're on the road. Runner on first base and 1 out for the Blue Crabs. Scalaro issues his 2nd walk of the ball game. I think for the Blue Crabs, you'd have to imagine 2nd time around the order, 3rd time around the order, things start to look a little better. You've seen him once. First time might have thrown you off. First pitch now to Braxton Lee's a called strike on the outside corner. This is a Blue Crabs team that hits the ball very, very well, 1-9, a balanced order. Just never really know when this team's going to pop off for a major rally. 0-1 delivery now on Lee. Big swing and a miss. Count, no balls and 2 strikes. This team is not a team built on having the most MLB experience. This is a team that is extremely well constructed all around the diamond. There's no spot you look to and you see there's a deficiency at one position or another. 0-2 delivery is inside, nearly hit Braxton Lee in the count 1-2. Very balanced lineup with some significant power in the middle and even toward the back of the lineup with guys like Joe DeLuca, who've been hitting 6 and 7 at times this season. Zach Collier is out right now. Hopefully will be available by tomorrow or Monday. 1-2 delivery, line drive foul, third base side, and the count remains 1-2. But all those guys can provide some pop in the lineup. And when that's coupled with the terrific bullpen and starting pitching the Blue Crabs have had, makes this team a very formidable team. The reason they have 45 wins already. 1-2 pitch upcoming to the lefty Lee. Line drive, left field. This ball gets down for a base hit down the line. DeLuca sprinting around third. He'll score. Braxton Lee around second. He slides into third safely with an RBI triple. Braxton Lee goes the other way down the left field line, drives in Joe DeLuca, and cuts the deficit to 1. It's a 2-1 ball game in the top of the 5th. Oh, a very well-hit ball from Joe DeLuca. Or beg your pardon, from Braxton Lee. And not only is it a well-hit ball and a triple, but it's the first base hit of the day for Southern Maryland. Comes at a major point. A 1 hit and 1 run for the Blue Crabs. And Ryan Howe's got an opportunity to drive him in. Ground ball to the middle infield, or even at the corners where they're playing in, should be enough. First pitch, ground ball to the middle infield towards short. There's one play. It's the first. Giovanni Alfonso fires over. The Blue Crabs trade a run with an out as Braxton Lee scores from third. This ball game is even at 2. Doesn't always take all that many hits or base runners. The Blue Crabs, 2 runs on 1 hit for High Point, 2 runs on 6 hits. It's Michael Baca at the bottom of the order for the Blue Crabs. Ryan Howe drives in a run. But it's Braxton Lee who comes up with a major hit. First pitch is away for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. The base path is now empty after Howe drives in Lee. 1-0 delivery. That's low and outside. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Two balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Base paths are empty Here's the pitch. Line drive, well hit. Right center field. It's the right fielder, Ben Alinsky, who ranges over toward right center and makes the catch for the final out. Well, the Blue Crabs tie it in the top of the fifth. 2 runs come home on an RBI triple from Braxton Lee that scores Joe DeLuca. We're halfway done at Truist Point Park. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Bottom of the fifth inning, the High Point Rockers and Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are level at 2. The first pitch is low and away for ball 1. As they're back to the top of the order as Johnny Field steps in for the 3rd time today. Pitch, swinging a line drive right back up the middle for a base hit. Well hit off the bat of Johnny Field. There's one on and nobody out to get things started. Brings up Ben Alinsky. Alinsky 0 for 2 today. So he popped up to the catcher Haug and then popped up to the third baseman Alex Crosby. First pitch here in his 3rd time to the plate is a breaking ball on the outside corner, and the count no balls and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs were held without a hit through the first 4 and 1/3 innings. 0-1 pitch. Beautiful breaking ball. Count 0-2. But then Jonas Galaro issued a walk to Joe DeLuca and an RBI triple from Braxton Lee, who came in on a ground ball from Ryan Haug on the next pitch. 0-2 pitch. Runner goes. Skips away from the catcher Haug. It's a stolen base for Johnny Field, who now stands on second. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Ben Alinsky. A couple of big names were recently picked up in the Atlantic League by the Genomes. The biggest of which was Chris Davis. Now, there are 2 Chris Davises. This one spelled with a K. As the 1-2 pitch is away and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chris Davis had multiple seasons with 40-plus home runs at the big league level. And now here in the Atlantic League, after he spent some time in AAA in 2021. 2-2 pitch, off speed, it's upstairs, and the count 3-2 now. Spent some time in AAA last year, began the season in Mexico, struggled in Mexico, and now finds himself with the Genomes, a team flush with MLB talent. Haven't really put everything together this year. 3-2 delivery. Called strike 3. Breaking ball at the knees. And the home plate umpire, Mike Williams, rings up Ben Alinsky on a 3-2 pitch. And there's one out with the runner on second base here in the bottom of the fifth. It's a big strikeout for Eddie Butler. Well, that brings up Jerry Downs. Downs 0 for 2 as well. He popped up to third and struck out. Big left-handed bat. Butler gets a sign from his catcher, Ryan Haug. Very strong defensive catcher. Also drove in the second run of this ball game. First pitch, low and in for ball one. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. On second base, it's Johnny Field. He singled up the middle on the second pitch of the inning and stole second base when Belinsky was at the plate. Butler, the 1-0. Just off the inside corner, count 2 balls and no strikes. Jerry Downs crowds the plate a little bit, despite the fact that pitch maybe only missed by 2 inches. Still nearly hit him on that right elbow. And Downs will step out once more. Jerry Downs has 9 home runs on the season. The best in this team is the cleanup hitter Wheel, who has 16. Good for 4th in the Atlantic League. 2-0 delivery. Check swing. It's a called strike nonetheless on the outside corner. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike with a runner in scoring position. Two-one delivery upcoming to Downs. Pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, center field. It was Sundberg who came in 2 steps, now backs up a couple steps and makes the catch as he fires into the infield. And Michael Baca cuts things off, and it's going to hold Johnny Field at first base. A fly out to center from Jerry Downs. Blue Crabs not out of the woods yet, though, as Xander Wheel comes to the plate. Wheel 2 for 2, including a solo shot to right center field. That started the scoring way back in the bottom of the second inning. Since then, Butler's allowed quite a few hits, but he's kept the Rockers off the board. But certainly a risk right now with the runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Xander Wheel has 53 RBIs on the season. First pitch is a breaking ball low for ball 1. The real advantage the Rockers have is they have such a good 5-hitter right behind him. Logan Morrison also has home run ability. So you can't really just pitch around Xander Wheel. 1-0 delivery. Line drive right back to the mound. Gets by Butler, though. It's the second baseman, Wolanski, backing him up, who fires to first in time for the final out. Well, High Point picks up a hit for the 4th consecutive inning. But for the 3rd straight time, they strand a runner as Johnny Field led things off with a single, but he's stranded on second to end the bottom of the 5th inning. We're finished with 5 innings of play. This ball game still even at 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
Jonas Scalaro back on the mound to get things going in the top of the sixth, the 2-2 ball game. As the Blue Crabs are back to the top of the order, it's Jack Sundberg. He'll be followed by Michael Wolanski and Jared Walker. First pitch, low and away for ball one. Count 1 ball and no strikes now on Sundberg. Blue Crabs tied the score in the top of the fifth inning. RBI triple from Braxton Lee, and Ryan Haug brought him in on the next pitch. 1-0 delivery. That's outside. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Scalaro has gone 5+ innings. He's allowed just 1 hit, but he's walked 2. 2-0 delivery. Line drive foul, third base side, over toward the seats. The count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Southern Maryland comes into this one having lost back-to-back games, in need of 3 consecutive wins to set the Atlantic League record. 2-1 delivery. That's low. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Jack Sundberg. A season ago, he played in the Frontier League, where he hit .294 and stole 48 out of 51 bases successfully. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Ground ball, hard hit, first base side. Foul. Count 3-2. Well, High Point started the scoring. That came in the second inning with back-to-back home runs, courtesy of the 4 and 5 hitters, Xander Wheel and Logan Morrison. Blue Crabs got 2 back in the top of the fifth. That's where we stand now. 3-2 pitch, line drive into left field for a base hit. Just the second hit of the game for the Blue Crabs. And after Jack Sundberg struck out in each of his first 2 at-bats, he's got a base hit to left here in the 6th. We talked about this earlier, that the Blue Crabs, the first time around the order, might not quite get it. They were actually 11 up, 11 down. But second time around the order, things changed. Third time around the order, even more so. First pitch coming from Scalaro. On the ground over toward third. It's foul. Jack Sundberg was off on the pitch. He's going to have to turn around back toward first base. No balls and 1 strike with nobody out. Oh, 1 pitch to Wolanski. Hard hit, line drive, deep right center field. It finds the gap. It's up against the wall. Sundberg rounds third. He's going to score. Wolanski dives into third base without a throw. An RBI triple. It's the second RBI triple for the Blue Crabs in as many innings. They've taken a 3-2 lead. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs come through at a critical moment here in the top of the 6th and have the lead for the first time in this ball game. An RBI triple to right center field, and now here comes Jared Walker. Blue Crabs will send 3, 4, and 5 to the plate with a runner on third base and nobody out. Scalaro, the first pitch, low in the dirt. Count 1 ball and no strikes. One-0 pitch. It's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. We apologize that the broadcast went in and out. We're having internet connection issues here in High Point, in addition to the myriad of additional technical issues we've had. 2-0 pitch is fouled back, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner on third base and nobody out. Count 2-1 on Jared Walker. And a 2-1 pitch in there for a strike on a swing and a miss. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now on Walker. Again, we apologize for our camera angle tonight. It's unfortunately the best we can do. I'll be describing the play as best I can as well. Try to enhance that experience for you. We apologize for the issues with that. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Jared Walker goes down on strikes, and there is 1 away here in the 6th. And you understand there is a lot of glare here in the windows. It's unfortunately the best we can do. And now there is a meeting at the mound. Jared Scalaro, his evening is over. He goes 5 1/3 innings of work. There's a pitching change from High Point, North Carolina. We'll step aside when we come back. We'll break down the numbers on the new pitcher. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. It's 3-2 Southern Maryland. Well, the first pitch here is swung on and missed from David Harris, who digs in. New pitcher for the High Point Rockers is Joe Johnson. Has a 7.59 ERA as he tries to close the door here in the top of the 6th. Blue Crabs ahead 3-2. 0-1 pitch in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher. Diving in safely at Sudberg. or I beg your pardon, Wolanski who scores. It's a 4-2 lead for the Blue Crabs as Joe Johnson throws a wild pitch that allows him to score from third base. 4-2 Blue Crabs. 2 runs in the 5th, 2 runs in the 6th for Southern Maryland. Well, it was 11 up and 11 down from the starting pitcher, Jonas Galaro, but things have spiraled here more recently. The pitch, swinging a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. David Harris aboard for the first time tonight. And Southern Maryland hitting at the right time late in this game. Starts off with a single from Jack Sundberg, RBI triple from Michael Wolanski. And Wolanski scores from third on a wild pitch from Joe Johnson. And despite the strikeout of Jared Walker, it's now David Harris on board with 1 out in the top of the 6th as the Blue Crabs look to add some breathing room. First pitch low for ball 1 on Alex Crosby. Well, Blue Crabs have 4 hits in this ball game. 3 of their 4 hits have come here in this inning. And there's still only 1 out. Pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, deep center field, back to the warning track, and 1 hops the wall in center. David Harris waved around third base. Alex Crosby takes a long turn at second base. The throw to the plate is not in time. It gets away from the catcher Galino, and Crosby to third. An RBI double from Alex Crosby. He reaches to third on a throwing error, and the Blue Crabs have a 5-2 lead here in the 6th. Southern Maryland has come out running here in the 5th and then the 6th as they take a 5-2 lead on a ball that was belted to center field off the bat of Alex Crosby, and it scores David Harris all the way from first. A 5-2 lead for the Blue Crabs over High Point. You have to wonder how much longer the leash is going to be on Joe Johnson. He just entered the game, but it's a single and then an RBI double. The first 2 batters he faces, I think in a game like this where there's really nothing on the line for High Point. For Southern Maryland, look, there's potential history a few days down the line, but similarly, nothing in the standings to worry about. This is a game where maybe you leave in a reliever or a starting pitcher a little longer than you would in a game of a lot of significance. Either way, Blue Crabs have scored 3 runs here in the 6th and have another runner just 90 feet away. Runner on third base, 1 out. Southern Maryland not quite done. First pitch to Joe DeLuca is low. He's batting from the left side for the first time tonight. Pitch to DeLuca. Low in the dirt in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Again, we apologize for the issue with our video stream. It's unfortunately the best we're going to be able to do. We understand there's a lot of glare and even a TV picture in the background, but that's all we can do for you this evening. We do greatly apologize for the issues, but it's unfortunately just the setup we have to work with here in High Point. We do not have access to anything outdoors as the 2-0 pitch is away and the count 3-0. Could not gain access to their stream, so we are left with what we have. But what we have is a Blue Crabs lead. Southern Maryland's got a 5-2 edge over High Point. 3-0 pitch upcoming from Joe Johnson, who has struggled mightily so far. That's low. It's ball 4. The only benefit here for Southern Maryland, or for the High Point Rockers, I really should say, is that at least it creates a double play ball now, as there are runners on the corners with 1 out. I don't think of Joe DeLuca as someone who likes to steal a lot of bases. As last season he was just 3 for 5. This year 1 for 2. He's got some explosiveness. But I could see him going with runners on the corners here and 1 out. First pitch nearly got away from the catcher Mike Galino, but he managed to keep it in front of himself. The count 1 ball and no strikes now. Braxton Lee, Joe Johnson, I should say, has really struggled to throw strikes. 10 pitches, 7 balls, 3 strikes. 2 of those 3 strikes, though, are base hits. 1-0 delivery. That's a called strike. Inside corner at the letters, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 5-2 Southern Maryland, a big-time hit at the right time. One-0 pitch to Braxton Lee was in the dirt. I beg your pardon, swung on and missed there. Now the 1-1 pitch. That's low. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on first base for Southern Maryland. Two-one delivery. Swinging a ground ball over towards short. On to second for 1. Back on to first. The throw's offline. Could have been a double play ball. A 6-4 fielder's choice is going to score a run, as it's Alex Crosby who comes around and scores from third base. A fielder's choice, but Braxton Lee is going to get an RBI out of it. Had an RBI triple back in the 5th inning, and now drives in Alex Crosby here in the 6th. The Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead in the top of the 6th inning. Here comes Ryan Haug. First pitch to Ryan Haug. Pretty good pitch, but it's dropped by the catcher Mike Galino. Might have been a little inside. It's called a ball by the home plate umpire Mike Williams. Doesn't help when not only are you not framing the ball, but you're not catching the ball. The count is 1 ball and no strikes on the righty. Haug, pitch, upstairs, runner goes, throw down to second, not in time. Stolen base for Braxton Lee. Runner on second base now with 2 outs for the Blue Crabs. 6-2 the Blue Crabs lead. 4 runs here in the inning. 2-0 delivery. That's low in the dirt. It skips away from the catcher. Braxton Lee nearly takes off for third base, but thinks better of it as Galino gathered quickly. Count 3 balls and no strikes. You'd have to imagine this is probably the last batter Joe Johnson will face. He came into this game, and it was a 3-2 ball game. He exits this game, or he hasn't exited yet, but it's a 6-2 ball game. Behind in the count, 3-0, and he hits Ryan Haug. The 21st time this year Ryan Haug's been hit by a pitch, and it came on a 3-0 pitch. Of all pitches you want to get away from, that's probably the first one. It's completely irrelevant if you get hit or not. It's a ball 4 one way or another. And now there are runners on first and second with 2 outs in the 6th inning. And it looks like that will do it for Joe Johnson. Definitely not his best performance of the year. Johnson goes a third of an inning, 2 hits, 1 walk, 2 earned runs, and he hits a batter as well. Well, there are now 2 away in the 6th inning. We'll step aside when we come back. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the High Point Rockers. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
Welcome back. Top of the sixth inning. First pitch to Michael Baca, swinging a high fly ball deep center field. Sends the center fielder field back toward right center, where he makes the catch for the final out. Took just one pitch for John Hayes to retire the Blue Crabs for the third out. But the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs got the bats going against Jonas Galaro and Joe Johnson. They score 4 runs in the top of the sixth and lead this game 6-2. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Eddie Butler back out for his sixth inning of work. And the first pitch from Eddie Butler, breaking ball on the ground, right back to the mound. Butler fields, he flips to first, and there is one away. Well, it's about time we give you a bit of an update on how things are going for the Blue Crabs and Rockers in a larger scheme of things. Rockers came into this one winners of 8 consecutive games. This is their third streak of 8 games or more. They had a 10-game winning streak earlier in the season. Caught Gastonia and passed them during that winning streak. As the pitch is a called strike on the batter. As Michael Martinez steps back in. 0-1 pitch to Martinez. Another called strike. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Back to that last point, though. A 10-game winning streak, a 10-game losing streak, and now an 8-game winning streak. 0-2 pitch, breaking ball, strike 3. Eddie Butler buries it low and out of the zone. And there are 2 away. A very quick start to the inning. He gets Logan Morrison to tap back to the mound. And Michael Martinez goes down by the way of the K. It's just his 3rd strikeout of the day for Eddie Butler. As here comes Tyler Ladendorf with 2 away. First pitch called strike. Now here's the offering. That's low. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. Eddie Butler's thrown just 75 pitches across 5 2/3 inning. There's plenty left in the tank from him. 1-1 delivery. Line drive, hard hit. A diving play from Alex Crosby. He makes the catch for the final out. Alex Crosby goes sprawling from third base towards the second base side and makes an outstanding catch for the final out. Well, that ends the 6th inning. It's the first 1-2-3 inning for Eddie Butler since the top of the 1st inning, as he picks up a ground out, a strikeout, and a line out to retire the Rockers in order. It's 6-2 Blue Crabs. We go to the top of the 7th.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Back in the top of the 7th inning. Blue Crabs will send 1, 2, and 3 to the plate. It's the 4th time in this ball game the Blue Crabs send the top of the order to the plate in order to get things going. First pitch now from Sundberg is lined in the air towards center field. It's right at the center fielder, though. That's Johnny Field who makes the catch for the first out. 1 away. As here comes Michael Wilansky. Wolanski digs in. Here's the first pitch. Line drive back to the netting, and the count 0-1. One delivery's low and in. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. On Michael Wolanski pitch, high pop-up foul behind home plate. Count 2 balls and a strike. One-two offering from John Hayes, swinging a ground ball back to the pitcher. It's Hayes who fields his position. Underhand flip to first base is in time, and there are 2 away. Well, Michael Wolanski has extended his hitting streak to 5 games today. I was on the RBI triple to the right center field gap. At the time, it gave the Blue Crabs a 3-2 lead. They lead 6-2 now, with 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning for the 3-hitter, Jared Walker, who's hitting .249 on the season. 13 home runs, good for 5th in the Atlantic League. We'll give you the home run leaders in just one moment, as the first pitch is a little bit low and away for ball 1. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Courtney Hawkins has 23. He leads all Atlantic League players. Kelly Dugan and Carlos Franco both with 22. As the 1-0 pitch is upstairs. Count 2 balls and no strikes. And the 4 and 5 players are both in this ball game. Xander Wheel has 16 and Jared Walker has 13. Pitch to Jared Walker, big wave and a miss, and a pitch low in the dirt. And that is strike 2. Well, the first pitch was a strike. Initially signaled a ball on our scoreboard. Again, my view is very limited down this right field line. I understand there is some glare. I have had the opportunity to also watch the game on the television set to our left. As again, our view is very limited down the right field line. The pitch, that misses low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning, Southern Maryland has a 6-2 lead over the High Point Rockers. 2 runs in the 5th, 4 runs in the 6th. 2-2 offering. Breaking ball, line drive, left center field, base hit. A single the other way this time for Jared Walker in the 7th. There's a runner on first base with 2 outs. First hit of the day for Jared Walker. Blue Crabs batted all the way around in the 6th to the top of the lineup here in the 7th. First pitch of David Harris is low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. The pitcher, John Hayes, offers and comes up and in and hits David Harris on the back, right by the belt area, as he turned around and took it. And there are now 2 on with 2 outs as Hayes seems to have lost some control. Well, Southern Maryland could not buy a hit across the first 3 2/3 innings. 11 up and 11 down for the Blue Crabs. Actually didn't have their first hit until the 5th. It was an RBI triple from Braxton Lee, but from there the floodgates have opened. Blue Crabs 6 runs on 5 hits today. Well, that brings up Alex Crosby. First pitch. Breaking ball, just away for ball 1. For the Blue Crabs, this is their 4th time through the lineup. Crosby 1 for 3 today. 1-0 pitch, wildly up and away, count 2-0. Joe Johnson had some pretty solid control across the first 2 or 3 batters he faced. He retired each of the first 3 he faced, but since then, a 2-0 count when he walked David Harris, and now the 2-0 count on Alex Crosby, the pitch. That one fouled up and away to the third base side. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Top of the 7th inning. 2 on and 2 out for the Blue Crabs. Crosby the pitch. Ground ball, first base side. It's fielded by Logan Morrison. The flip to the pitcher, Jonas Scalaro, is in time for the final out. It's time to stretch here at High Point. We're more than halfway done. We got just 2.5 innings to go here. The Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. It's time for the 7th inning stretch from Truist Point Park.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We're ready for the bottom of the 7th inning from High Point, North Carolina at Truist Point Park. A terrific turf field here in North Carolina as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have a 6-2 lead over the High Point Rockers. You may have a shot of the mascot through the glare in the window. Again, we apologize for the location of our camera tonight. It's the best we could do. It's a better angle than even I have here in the booth. It's the best angle you can really have based on our current circumstances. We've got a trivia question to get to. We were supposed to get to that way back in the 4th inning. Didn't happen, so here we are in the bottom of the 7th inning as Eddie Butler throws his warm-up tosses. The trivia question is a little bit about local history. There is a big chair that is legitimately known as the Big Chair. It's located just about 10 minutes down the road in Thomasville, North Carolina. It's a large-scale replica of an armchair built way back in 1950. Now, this chair rose to prominence in the 1960 presidential election as which future president campaigned at the location of the chair. So there is a future president of the United States as of 1960 who campaigned at the location of the Big Chair here in High Point, North Carolina. The first pitch is inside for ball 1. 1-0 pitch now, swinging a high fly ball rather deep towards center field. It's Sundberg who drifts back and makes the catch for the first out as Michael Galino, the catcher, flies out to deep center field. 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. So which U.S. president campaigned at the location of the Big Chair? If you know the answer to the question, or at least have a guess, write it in the YouTube chat, and we'll read it live on air. First pitch, a little bit away for ball 1 on the 9-hitter, Giovanni Alfonso. One 1-0 pitch upcoming to Giovanni Alfonso. There is a little more action in the bullpen. As the 1-0 offering from Butler. High pop-up, shallow right field. Now toward the right field line where Braxton Lee drifts over and makes the catch for the second out. Well, it's 6 straight batters retired now for Eddie Butler, dating back to the 5th inning as he pops to right. Back to the top of the order with Johnny Field, a 4-run lead for the Blue Crabs. If Southern Maryland wins the final 3 games of the first half, they will set an Atlantic League record for the best winning percentage in a half. First pitch called strike on the outside corner. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on Johnny Field. Field 1 for 2. He also walked back in the 3rd. Pitch, ground ball toward the middle. A nice sliding stop by Baca to throw to first. Did he get him? Yes, he did. Oh, what a sliding stop up the middle from Michael Baca, then to fire to first in time to get Johnny Field, who runs well. Well, that ends the 7th inning. Back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings for Eddie Butler as we go to the top of the 8th. When we come back, the trivia question will be in the YouTube chat. Stick with us as the Blue Crabs have a 6-2 lead.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Back in the top of the 8th inning, the Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead as they're ahead 6-2 in the top of the 8th. New pitcher on the mound is Nathan Bates. He faces Joe DeLuca to get things started in the 8th inning. First pitch, driven foul, first base side, over toward the Rockers bullpen. As a lucky fan, picks up a ball. Oh, 1 pitch upcoming on Joe DeLuca. Ground ball, third base side. It's through for a base hit past the outstretched reach of Michael Martinez, who dove to try to make a play on that ball. It's a leadoff single for DeLuca. There's a runner on first base with nobody out. Well, our trivia question tonight is which former U.S. president campaigned at the Big Chair, which is located just 10 minutes away from the Rockers ballpark. A major hint is that this presidential candidate campaigned, or this former president campaigned in 1960. It wasn't JFK. Although JFK won the 1960 election, this former president was campaigning in 1960 at the Big Chair. First pitch to Braxton Lee, a called strike on the outside corner. Count no balls and 1 strike. Lee steps back in from the left side. It's that totally unique batting stance. 0-1 pitch, foul back. And the count no balls and 2 strikes. Count no balls and 2 strikes. We're going to get into some of the details regarding the playoffs and potential implications here. 0-2 pitch, ground ball over towards short. Could be 2, on to second for 1. Back on to first. It's not in time. A fielder's choice as Braxton Lee grounds this one over to shortstop. Joe DeLuca out, but it's Braxton Lee who remains on base. And here comes Ryan Haug. Haug bats from the right side. Runner on first base. Toss over to first to check on Braxton Lee, who dives back in safely. 1 on, 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. Nathan Bates, who has a 4.22 ERA on the bump. Runner goes. Pitch. That's in there for a strike. Throw down to second, not even close, as Braxton Lee steals second base on a called strike. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Again, if you have an answer to the question, please write the answer to the trivia question in the YouTube chat. We'll read out any answer if you'd like us to on the broadcast. 0-1 pitch upcoming to Ryan Haug. Line drive foul back behind home plate. Count 0-2. Runner on second base now for the Blue Crabs. They've got a 4-run lead as Braxton Lee swipes second. Braxton Lee with 2 RBIs today. It's 1 for 4 in today's ball game. And the pitch, that one came up and in and hit him again. Ryan Haug hit for the 2nd time today. That's the 22nd time he's been hit by a pitch this season. Oh, the numbers are just staggering. 22 hit by pitches in 64 games for the Blue Crabs. Ryan Haug hasn't played in every game, but the team's played 64 games, and he's been hit 22 times. It's really remarkable. And the numbers have slowed down more recently, but this is the 2nd time he's been hit by a pitch in this ball game. The 3rd time a Blue Crabs player has been hit by a pitch as Southern Maryland looks to extend the score. Runners go, or I beg your pardon, now it's a high fly ball to right, though, so Braxton Lee forced back to the bag. It was a double steal in effect, but a fly out from Michael Baca toward right field. And the runners forced to stay at first and second. So back to the top of the order now, as Jack Sundberg will step in. The Blue Crabs looking to blow this one wide open. There is some action in the Blue Crabs bullpen as Nick Wells is up and warming. Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead. In some circumstances, they turn right to Andres Briseño. But I think the Blue Crabs are looking to get some more guys some work, especially if the lead is slightly larger. Nick Wells is one of the top relievers in this league. Sundberg squares around a bunt, pulls back, but takes a called strike nonetheless, and the count 0-1. But he is used so infrequently because the Blue Crabs have two other guys who are set in the 8th and 9th. It's rare a Blue Crabs pitcher will come out before 7 innings. Pitch. That's a called strike as well. This one on the inside corner. Jack Sundberg tried to move his torso away from the plate as if to say it's inside, but home plate umpire Mike Williams wasn't buying it and called a strike on the inside corner. 2 on, 2 outs. Count 0-2 as the Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead in the top of the 8th. 0-2 pitch, strike 3. Nathan Bates goes upstairs on a high fastball to strike out Jack Sundberg in the top of the 8th inning. Well, that will do it. The Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
I'll welcome you back in the 8th inning, a 6-2 lead for the Blue Crabs. First pitch from Nick Wells is a called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0 balls and 1 strike on Ben Alinsky. We'll give you the numbers on Wells in just one moment as the 0-1 pitch is a little bit low and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Nick Wells comes in with a 3-1 record, a 1.66 ERA, 1-1 pitch, grounded foul, third base side, and the count 1-2. A 1.02 whip for Nick Wells. If you're under 1.2 as a reliever, that's really good. He's at 1.02. His last time out, a 1-2-3 inning against the York Revolution. 6-2 Blue Crabs, bottom 8. 1-2 delivery, line drive, left field, base hit. Bounces in front of the left fielder, Jared Walker, who fields it on a hop about head high. And there's a runner on first base with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th inning. We apologize again for the issue with the camera. We understand there's a lot of glare. We also understand there are people walking in front of it. Unfortunately, there's just nothing we can do. We're going to try to work on it some more tomorrow. See if we can rectify that situation. But first pitch now. Upstairs and inside on the 3-hitter, Jerry Downs. Blue Crabs looking to go with Nick Wells here in the 8th inning. And normally the 8th inning guy is Endris Briseño. So interesting to see the Blue Crabs go with somebody else as the 1-0 pitch is up and away and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Again, we apologize. We got someone standing right in front of our camera. And he's trying to talk to someone in our control room. It's just part of the issue of working here in High Point. As the 2-0 delivery. Up and away, count 3 balls and no strikes. Runner on first base with nobody out. Well, Wells was ahead in the count 1-2 on Ben Alinsky. But things have unraveled in this at bat. 3-0 pitch called strike. The count 3 balls and 1 strike now for Nick Wells. Blue Crabs have a 6-2 lead. Nick Wells on the Blue Crabs has not had all that many appearances. Only 18 appearances, 21 2/3 innings pitched. For most teams, he'd probably be their closer or their setup man. 3-1 pitches upstairs is ball 4. It's just, for the Blue Crabs, they have too many good arms. To the extent that they have Matt Latos, who's been their closer all year. Endris Briseño, who I've talked to a number of Blue Crabs players who think he should be in the MLB right now and could really hold his own. And then you've got Nick Wells and Bradley Roney, both of whom played at the AAA level last season. And they've got Patrick Baker, whose ERA is at 0.81. And that's not even including other pitchers who have come up big for the Blue Crabs as well. Geeky pitched last night. He's had some really good performances. First pitch now is low and inside for ball 1 on Xander Wheel. And this is when things get a little bit complicated for the Blue Crabs. You've got 2 runners on. And you get the heart of the lineup coming to the plate for the Rockers. And Nick Wells has been really good so far this season. But as things start to falter tonight, you have to have someone warming up in the bullpen, and that's what the Blue Crabs have right now. It's Endris Briseño, who has started warming. Pitch, 1-0 is low in the dirt, count 2 balls and no strikes. I can't imagine that Wells' leash is much longer than one more walk or one more hit. I just talked about a number of the Blue Crabs relievers who've stood out, but probably the one who stood out most recently, Alex Merrithew, who back on Sunday night went 4 2/3 innings of scoreless baseball. Would not be stunned if we saw Merrithew with some more spot starts or maybe even a spot in the rotation at some point. As the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are trying to hold on to a 4-run lead they've got right now. The count 2 balls and no strikes on Xander Wheel, who is quite possibly the most dangerous player in the Atlantic League right now. 18 home runs on the year as he added 1 earlier in this ball game. 2 for 3 and OPS north of 1050. Wheel went deep to right center. Morrison went deep to left center earlier in this one. The pitch, that's a wave and a miss. Breaking ball on the inner half. Strong pitch from Nick Wells. Gerald Thompson and the Blue Crabs catcher Ryan Haug were out meeting with Nick Wells just moments ago. Two-one pitch on the ground towards shortstop. On a second for one. It's the only play the Blue Crabs are going to have, as it was a hard slide by Jerry Downs on the second baseman, Michael Wolanski. So runners on the corners now with one out. First pitch, called strike. Well, Xander Wheel crowds the plate a little bit. It's the opposite for Morrison, who stands honestly quite far away from the plate. The pitch, that ball is lined. It's a base hit. Another run comes around and scores. This one all the way in from left field. The throw to the plate is in time. A terrific relay by the Blue Crabs. That ball was hit to left field very well. It was Jared Walker who came up throwing. He hit the shortstop, Michael Baca, and the throw to the plate was in time to get the runner from first base, Xander Wheel. It did score one run. Ben Olinsky comes around to score on the double to left field. Extra bases from Logan Morrison. And the High Point Rockers tried to push it a little bit extra. One run comes around and scores. There are two outs now. And it looks like the evening is finished for Nick Wells. Well, he gets two outs. But the High Point Rockers score one. A new pitcher enters the game for the Blue Crabs. When we come back, there's a runner on second base. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
Well, we are back in the bottom of the 8th inning. New pitcher for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs as Andres Briseño enters. Doesn't get much more dynamic than Briseño, who had a terrific month in June, as he will face off against Michael Martinez. Martinez is 2 for 3 on the day. First pitch from Briseño. Fastball, swinging on a high ball, fly ball, right field. Well hit, but it's Braxton Lee who drifts over to right center and makes the catch for the final out. Briseño enters. He throws one pitch. He gets one out, and that ends the bottom of the 8th inning. The High Point Rockers scored 1 run on 2 hits at the end of 8 innings of play. The Blue Crabs have a 3-run lead in North Carolina. Stick with us.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Back with you in the top of the 9th inning. A first pitch called strike on Michael Wolanski on the inside corner. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the righty Wolanski. On the day, Michael Wolanski comes in 1 for 4. He has driven in a run on an RBI triple. The pitch, big swing and a miss. Fastball was outside, but he swung through it. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Answer to our trivia question tonight. We'll get there in just one moment. Which former U.S. president campaigned at the Big Chair, which is located within 10 minutes of the Rockers ballpark? Answer after this pitch. 0-2 offering, low and away. Count 1-2 now on Michael Wolanski. The answer is Lyndon B. Johnson campaigned for JFK in 1960 at the Big Chair. At the time, he was a vice presidential candidate. 1-2 pitch. That's away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes, and it popularized the chair to the point that it is quite a famous spot that a lot of tourists will stop at. I haven't had the chance to go there yet, but maybe at some point this year we'll have a chance to get to the chair. 2-2 pitch on the ground, foul, third base side. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Michael Wolanski. Wolanski hitting .315 on the year. His numbers far better with the Blue Crabs, north of .360 coming into tonight's ball game. He's 1 for 4, drove in a run on an RBI triple. Pitch, that one's low. The count, 3 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. There is action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Appears as though Matt Latos is up and warming. He's got some breathing room to work with. Blue Crabs ahead by 3. Pitch called, strike 3. Wolanski knew it. Breaking ball that bent on the outer corner. And it's a called strike 3, and there's one away in the top of the 9th. William Kerwan, the new pitcher for the High Point Rockers. Comes in with an ERA north of 7. First pitch from Kerwan. Low and in for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. With 1 away in the 8th inning, or top of the 9th inning, I should say. Kerwan, last time out, pitched against the Blue Crabs, is in a start as the 1-0 pitch. A little bit away. Count 2 balls and no strikes now on the 3-hitter Jared Walker. Against the Blue Crabs, his last time out, 5 innings, allowed 3 runs, struck out 2. Pitch, that's upstairs, and the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Or I beg your pardon, that was in 2021. Last season when he went 5 innings, 3 runs. This is the first time the Blue Crabs playing High Point this season. Across 19 to third innings, he's allowed 14 runs. It's the 3-0 pitch. Runs low and away. It's ball 4 on Jared Walker. Runner on first base now with 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. And here comes David Harris, who steps in. Harris 1 for 3. He hit a ground ball up the middle earlier in this ball game. 2 runs for High Point in the second. The Blue Crabs responded with a total of 6 across the 5th and 6th innings. They have 6 runs on 7 hits. They lead this one 6-3 as High Point got 1 run back in the bottom of the 8th inning. Very warm here in High Point for the most part. Temperatures at the start of tonight's game were in the upper 80s. As rain will be starting to fall shortly here in High Point. Will become a very heavy rain. In fact, there are heavy thunderstorms that are very nearby, so it's imperative we get this game in right now. Did not realize just how important that is until I looked at my weather app just moments ago. It was supposed to be all clear tonight, but within about 20 minutes, heavy thunderstorms should be entering our area. So as much as the Blue Crabs probably want to get some hits in this inning, they might need to end the game as soon as they can. The pitch to Harris, that's low and away. Count now 3 balls and 1 strike on the righty. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the 9th inning. Blue Crabs ahead by 3. Kerwan the pitch. Ground ball foul off of his ankle. The count 3 balls and 2 strikes. All we can hope is get this ball game in, because once the Thunder and Lightning hits, major delays, and the Thunder and Lightning is not likely to let up until close to midnight. So I'm not sure anybody wants to delay this ball game 3 hours. Runner goes, pitches foul back. The count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on David Harris. 6-3 Blue Crabs. Big innings in the 5th and 6th where the Blue Crabs managed to drive in 6 runs. And has given them a 6-3 lead. Runner goes in the pitch. This one swinging a ground ball into right field, I should say, for a base hit. And Walker forced to hold up at second base, but there are 2 on and 1 out for Alex Crosby. David Harris, his second hit of the ball game. He's had a terrific year, and it just keeps on getting better for David Harris. The last thing anybody wants is for the rain to start falling. It hasn't started falling yet. The wind is starting to pick up. It's all the signs of the storm incoming. Only thing we could say is hopefully this game is able to get in. Ian Yetzko on first base. I'll tell you the last thing that everybody's looking for is for this ball game to be delayed about 3 hours for the end of lightning. The wind is really picking up. The flag out in right center field blowing violently out towards center field. 2 on, 1 out. 6-3 Blue Crabs. First pitch to Alex Crosby is fouled back. And the count is no balls and 1 strike. You can almost just feel it. No balls and 1 strike on Crosby. Yetzko pinch ran for David Harris. The pitch, that one is dribbled foul behind home plate. In the count, no balls and 2 strikes. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 6-3, Southern Maryland over High Point. Crosby will be followed by DeLuca. I beg your pardon. Yeah, will be followed by DeLuca, and then Braxton Lee if necessary. If we get there, either due to rain or due to the inning ending. 0-2 pitch. That one ran up and in on Crosby. In the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And my weather app said it should have started raining by now. Well, we're lucky it hasn't, really. But the rain is supposed to get very, very strong. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the catcher, Mike Galino, and the pitcher, William Kerwan, along with the umpire, Mike Williams, tells to the mound. But heavy thunderstorms supposed to start a little before 10 p.m. this evening, but rain should be picking up much sooner than that. Pitch, big, wave and a miss, strike 3. Crosby goes down. There are 2 away in the top of the 9th. Two on with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Here comes Joe DeLuca. 1 for 2 today. He's also walked twice. DeLuca hitting .297 on the season. Hits in 3 consecutive games now. Pitch, this one, a roller over toward first base. It's the first baseman, Morrison, who beats DeLuca to the bag for the final out in the top of the 9th. It's time for the bottom of the 9th inning. Let's see if the Blue Crabs can beat the Rockers and beat the rain. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
Well, we are back in the bottom of the ninth inning. Thunderstorms are very much in the forecast. The Blue Crabs have a 6-3 lead. The first pitch is a little bit away for ball one on Tyler Ladendorf. 7, 8, and 9 will come to the plate for the High Point Rockers. Ladendorf followed by Galino and Alfonso. 1-0 pitch on the ground over to third base, fielded by Crosby. Throw is low, but nicely picked by DeLuca, and there is one away. Quickly one up and one down. Last time out, though, for Matt Latos was at home. He got the first 2 outs, then surrendered 2 runs on 4 hits. Blue Crabs picked up the slack in the bottom of the ninth inning, registering the win, but Latos on the season has saved 18 out of 22. His ERA, though, at 4.70. Here comes Jay Gonzalez. Latos gets a sign from Haug. First pitch, called strike, outside corner. Latos throwing low 90s. Hardest pitches thrown tonight were right around 95. That seems a little low. Get to that in a moment. 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Count no balls and 2 strikes. Now on Galino. We've seen Briseño throw a lot of times this season. He only threw 1 pitch today, but it was registered at 93, and he normally 95, 96 is where he sits. He'll touch 97, 98. 0-2 delivery. Breaking ball, line drive toward left field. Coming in and making a sliding play. It's Jared Walker in left. Robs a base hit from the pinch hitter, Jay Gonzalez, who came to the plate in place of Mike Galino. And now Matt Latos is just 1 out away from picking up the save and giving the Blue Crabs their first win in 3 days. Southern Maryland looking to set an Atlantic League record for the best winning percentage in a half. That stays alive if the Blue Crabs can win tonight and then win tomorrow and Monday. First pitch upstairs for ball one on Giovanni Alfonso. Again, we apologize for the camera angle tonight. We're doing our best. This is unfortunately the angle that is the only angle possible for us. During the day outside, there's not nearly as much glare, but as the later hours come into play, it becomes much darker. 1-0 pitch is away. Count 2 balls and no strikes now on Alfonso. As Matt Latos looks to close out this ball game. Beat the Rockers, beat the rain. That's his MO right now. 2-0 pitch. Called strike right down the middle on the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Matt Latos just 2 pitches away here in the 9th. Strong winds coming from right field toward left field. 2-1 pitch, a little bit low and away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Infield at normal depth for the 9-hitter Alfonso. If he can get aboard, as the count is 3 balls and 1 strike, it would bring up Johnny Field. He'd be followed by Ben Alinsky if necessary. 3-1 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, deep center field. It sends Sundberg back in front of the track where he makes the catch for the final out. Well, it's a 1-2-3 9th inning for Matt Latos. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are winners tonight by a score of 6-3. It snaps the High Point Rockers' 8-game win streak, and it keeps the Blue Crabs' goal of an Atlantic League record in play with wins tomorrow and Monday. Blue Crabs are 46-18. Just 2 games remain in the first half. They'll play the Rockers again at 6:05 p.m. It's a late Sunday evening ball game. It'll be followed by fireworks postgame in High Point, North Carolina. We thank everybody for tuning in tonight on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We again apologize for some of our technical difficulties throughout the day. Either way, the Blue Crabs move to 6-3 on the year. They overcome a 2-run deficit in the 5th and 6th when the Blue Crabs scored 2 runs in the 5th, added 4 more runs in the 6th, and wrote to a 6-3 win. Blue Crabs were out hit tonight 9-8, but the number that matters on the scoreboard, that's the runs category, and the Blue Crabs won that 6-3. A couple big players in tonight's ball game. We'll run over the pitching numbers and the scoring plays before we send you out on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Blue Crabs had 8 hits. Sundberg 1 for 5. Wolanski 1 for 5. Jared Walker was 1 for 3 with 2 walks. David Harris 2 for 4. He scored a run. Alex Crosby 1 for 5 in today's ball game. Joe DeLuca 1 for 3. Braxton Lee was 1 for 4. He scored the first run of this ballgame. He drove in the first run of this ballgame. He scored the second run as Ryan Haug scored him on a fielder's choice. Haug was hit twice tonight by pitches, and the Blue Crabs are winners tonight, 6-3. We'll give you some of the numbers from the pitching staff tonight. Butler, 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned. He walked just 1. He struck out 3. Nick Wells went 2/3 of an inning. He did struggle, 2 hits, 1 run. He also walked 1. Briseño came in. He threw 1 pitch. He got 1 out. His ERA down to a season low of just 1, or since he started allowing runs, his first 14 innings without a run at all. But it's down to an even 1.00. And Matt Latos goes a scoreless inning. His ERA down to 4.50. Your scoring plays in today's ball game. Back-to-back shots from Xander Wheel and Logan Morrison got the scoring started for High Point in the 2nd. The top of the 5th with a runner on. It was an RBI triple down the line from Braxton Lee. Joe DeLuca scored. And the next batter, Ryan Haug, grounded out to shortstop, scoring Giovanni Alfonso, or to Giovanni Alfonso, scoring Braxton Lee. In the 6th inning, Michael Wolanski tripled to right center. That brought in Jack Sundberg. He came around and scored on a wild pitch. Later in the inning, it was Alex Crosby who doubled the straightaway center. That also scored David Harris, and he reached third base. Braxton Lee drove him in on a fielder's choice towards shortstop. Logan Morrison got 1 run back for the High Point Legends, but that's as much as they'd get. Today's ball game ends with a final score of 6-3 Blue Crabs. Join us tomorrow on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network at 6:05 p.m. Be right back with you. Hopefully we have all of our entire setup ready to go for tomorrow night. Have a great night, everybody, and as always, we close with Let's Go Blue Crabs.